Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. It wasn't the first time the door had been left slightly ajar. The air seemed to drift strangely through the room, mixing with the faint hum of the fridge, a sound most would find comforting. The rug had new folds, not unlike the ones from last week, but that was nothing unusual. I watered the plants as I did every morning, noting one leaf had turned brown. The creaking floors underlined each step I took towards the back of the house, as if protesting the weight of my curiosity. Despite the persistent draft, I decided to leave the door as it was. That sound comes back to me now, the humming, not just the refrigerator, something else underneath it, like breathing through a straw or wind through a crack in the wall. I keep hearing it when I try to sleep. The brown leaf bothers me more than it should. I remember reaching for it, my fingers hovering just above the surface. Did I pluck it? The memory stops there, cuts off like a film reel snapping, but my fingertips still feel dusty, powdery, plant matter crumbling between the ridges of my skin. There was someone in the kitchen that morning, had to be. The coffee maker was warm when I touched it, and I hadn't made coffee yet. Steam still rose from the carafe, ghostly tendrils that disappeared when I blinked, but the house felt empty. Always felt empty. Did you hear that? Whose voice was that? Mine. I can't place it anymore. The words float in my head without context, without a face to attach them to. Someone was asking about the sound, the humming maybe, or the creaking floors. Everything creaked in that house. I remember standing at the counter, looking out the window at the yard. The grass needed cutting. It always needed cutting, but there were footprints in the dew, leading from the garden gate to the back door. Small impressions, barely visible unless you knew where to look. I knew where to look. The door handle was cold, colder than it should have been for that season. My palm stuck to the metal for just a second when I finally decided to close it. Or did I open it wider? The memory shifts, rearranges itself. In one version, I'm pushing the door shut. In another, I'm pulling it toward me, letting more of that strange air flow through. The rug had patterns I'd never noticed before, geometric shapes that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Persian, maybe, or Turkish. It had been there when I moved in, along with most of the furniture. The previous tenant left everything behind, just disappeared, according to the landlord, left the place exactly as it was. They'll be back for their things, he'd said, but no one ever came. I found photographs tucked between the couch cushions, Polaroids, the kind that develop slowly, revealing their secrets in chemical waves, faces I didn't recognize but somehow felt familiar. A birthday party maybe, or a gathering of some kind. Everyone was smiling, but their eyes looked wrong, too bright, too wide. The humming got louder when I held the photographs, or maybe I just noticed it more. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, like tinnitus but musical. A tune I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. Something from childhood perhaps, a lullaby or a nursery rhyme. I put the photographs back where I found them, pushed them deep into the cushions where light couldn't reach them. But their afterimage lingered in my vision, ghostly rectangles that followed me from room to room. The plants were dying, not just the brown leaf, all of them. Despite my careful attention, my daily watering ritual, they were withering from the inside out. The soil was always damp, sometimes muddy. Too much water maybe, or the wrong kind of water. The tap in the kitchen ran rusty sometimes, especially in the mornings. Metallic taste that coated my tongue and made everything else taste like pennies. There were other doors in the house, closets mostly, and a basement entrance I never used. The basement door had 3 locks, which seemed excessive. The previous tenant must have been security conscious or afraid of something. The locks were all engaged when I moved in, and I'd never bothered to find the keys. But sometimes I heard sounds from down there, settling probably. Old houses make noise, pipes expand and contract, wood shifts with temperature changes. The humming could have been coming from the furnace or the water heater. Mechanical sounds that only seemed organic in the quiet hours before dawn. Don't go down there. Another voice, clearer this time, a warning spoken with urgency. But who was warning me, and when? The memory has no context, no surrounding details, just those 4 words floating in the darkness of my recollection. I remember standing at the top of the basement stairs, listening. The humming was definitely coming from below, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat. The door was slightly open, just a crack, like the back door that morning. Like all the doors in that house, always slightly ajar, as if the building itself couldn't commit to being fully closed or fully open. The photographs were gone when I looked for them again. The couch cushions yielded nothing but lint and loose change. Had I imagined them? The mind plays tricks, especially when you're living alone in a place that doesn't feel like home. But my fingers remembered their texture, the slight curl at the edges where the chemicals had dried unevenly. I started keeping a journal, trying to document the strange occurrences, but when I read back through my entries, they contradicted each other. On Tuesday, I wrote about hearing footsteps in the attic. On Wednesday, I insisted the house had no attic. The handwriting looked like mine, but the thoughts felt foreign, as if someone else had been using my pen while I slept. The brown leaf multiplied. Every morning another plant showed signs of decay. I'd remove the damaged foliage, dispose of it carefully, but new brown spots would appear by evening. The plants were trying to tell me something, sending distress signals through their dying tissue, but I couldn't understand their language. The air from the back door carried scents that didn't belong. Sometimes flowers, sweet and cloying. Sometimes something more organic, earthier, like soil after rain or the inside of a greenhouse. But the yard outside was mostly concrete and weeds. No flower beds, no garden to speak of. Just that small gate leading to the alley and those mysterious footprints that appeared and disappeared with the morning dew. I started closing the door completely, turning the deadbolt until it clicked. But it would be ajar again by morning, that familiar crack letting in the strange air and the persistent humming, as if the house had its own will, its own needs that superseded mine. The refrigerator hum changed pitch sometimes, usually in the middle of the night when I was balanced on the edge of sleep. It would drop to a lower register, almost subsonic. I'd feel it in my chest more than hear it. A vibration that made my teeth ache and my dreams turn strange. In those dreams, I was always searching for something, walking through rooms that were almost familiar, opening doors that led to other doors. The humming was there too, guiding me deeper into the maze of my subconscious, but I never found what I was looking for. I'd wake up with the taste of rust in my mouth and dirt under my fingernails. The rug began to smell, musty at first, then something more complex. Organic decay mixed with old perfume. I shampooed it twice, but the odor persisted. It seemed to come from underneath, from the floorboards themselves, as if something had been spilled there long ago and never properly cleaned. You shouldn't have come back. This voice was different, older, more tired. It spoke with the weight of experience, of secrets kept too long, but came back from where? I'd never lived in this house before, never even visited this part of town until I answered the rental ad. Yet the voice spoke with certainty, as if it knew something about my past that I'd forgotten. I found more photographs, this time in the bathroom medicine cabinet, hidden behind bottles of expired medication, prescriptions made out to names I didn't recognize. The photos were older, black and white with scalloped edges, faces from another era, but with that same unsettling quality. Eyes that followed you, smiles that seemed forced. One face appeared in multiple photographs. A woman with dark hair and pale skin, always positioned slightly behind the others, never the center of attention, but always present, watching. In some photos she looked young, in others aged beyond her years, as if time moved differently for her, or the photographs were taken across decades instead of days. I began to recognize her features. The shape of her eyes, the curve of her mouth. She looked like someone I'd known, someone important. But the harder I tried to remember, the more elusive the connection became. Like trying to recall a dream after waking, the details slipped away even as I grasped for them. The humming had words now, or maybe I was finally learning to understand its language. Syllables that rose and fell with the mechanical rhythm, forming phrases in a dialect I couldn't identify. It sounded like singing, but backwards or underwater, beautiful and terrible at the same time. I stopped watering the plants. They were beyond saving anyway, and something told me the water was making things worse. The brown leaves spread like infection, consuming green tissue with methodical persistence, but they didn't die completely. They lingered in a state between life and death, sustained by something other than soil and sunlight. The basement door was unlocked. All 3 locks hung open, keys still dangling from their tumblers. I didn't remember unlocking them, didn't remember finding the keys, but they were there, brass and silver, worn smooth by countless hands. The door itself stood slightly ajar, following the pattern of every other entrance in the house. The humming was strongest at the basement threshold. It rose from the darkness below like heat from a furnace, carrying with it the scent of earth and old wood and something else. Something I recognized but couldn't name. A smell that made my stomach clench and my pulse quicken. "She's waiting for you." The voice was mine this time. I heard it clearly, spoke the words aloud in the empty house. But I didn't remember deciding to speak, didn't know where the words came from or what they meant. They seemed to bypass my conscious mind entirely, emerging from some deeper place where memories hide from daylight. The photographs were everywhere now, tucked into books, taped to the undersides of drawers, folded into the pockets of clothes I didn't remember owning. The dark-haired woman appeared in all of them, aging and becoming younger in random sequence. Sometimes she was smiling, sometimes her mouth was open as if caught mid-sentence, but her eyes never changed. They held the same expression across decades of images, expectant, patient, knowing. I realized I'd been avoiding mirrors, not consciously but instinctively. When I finally forced myself to look, I understood why. My reflection showed the same expression. The same patient expectancy, as if I were waiting for something I couldn't quite remember. My own eyes had taken on that familiar quality, that sense of watching and being watched simultaneously. The back door was wide open now, not just ajar, but thrown back on its hinges as if welcoming someone home. The strange air flowed freely through the house, carrying its impossible sense and that persistent, beautiful humming. I no longer tried to close it. The house wanted it open, and I was just a temporary resident in a place with its own ancient needs. The footprints in the yard were clearer now. They led in both directions, coming and going like the tracks of someone who belonged here, someone who had every right to enter and leave as they pleased. The prints were small, delicate, a woman's feet in shoes I almost recognized. I found myself humming along sometimes. The melody was simple once you learned it, repetitive but soothing. It felt like something I'd known my whole life, a tune that had been waiting in my memory for the right moment to surface. My voice blended with the sound from the basement, creating harmonies that made the walls vibrate gently. The woman in the photographs was getting closer. In the newer pictures I found, she stood nearer to the camera. Her features were sharper, more defined. I could see the texture of her skin, the individual eyelashes, the small scar above her left eyebrow, details that suggested intimacy, familiarity, as if the photographer had known her well. "You remember now." Not a question this time, a statement of fact, spoken in that same tired voice that had warned me earlier. But the warning seemed less urgent now, more resigned, as if the speaker had accepted the inevitable outcome of my gradual awakening. The basement stairs descended into darkness that seemed to move, not empty blackness, but something alive and patient. The humming rose from those depths like incense, sweet and intoxicating. Each step down would bring understanding, I knew. Each step would restore another piece of the puzzle I'd been unconsciously solving since that first morning with the ajar door. The plants were completely brown now, but still growing. Their leaves had turned to paper, their stems to brittle wood, but they continued reaching toward windows that no longer let in enough light. They were sustained by something other than photosynthesis, fed by the same force that kept the doors open and the photographs multiplying. I understood about the rug now. The patterns weren't geometric at all. They were organic, cellular, like looking at living tissue under a microscope. The folds and creases mapped pathways through the house, showing the roots that connected all the important places, the kitchen to the basement, the living room to the back door. Every path led somewhere significant. The refrigerator had stopped humming. Its mechanical voice had been replaced entirely by the sound from below, the beautiful singing that was teaching me to remember. Without the electrical interference, I could hear the words clearly now. They were calling a name, the same name over and over with infinite patience and love. My name. The photographs showed me now, not my current face, but versions of it across different times. Younger and older, happy and sad, but always with those same expectant eyes. I was the dark-haired woman, or she was me. The distinction had become meaningless. We were the same person, separated only by the artificial boundaries of linear time. I remembered the basement now, not completely, but in fragments that grew clearer with each breath of the strange air. There was something down there that belonged to me, something I'd left behind and spent years forgetting, only to find myself drawn back by forces stronger than conscious will. The humming was my voice, had always been my voice, echoing up from the depths where I'd hidden the parts of myself too difficult to carry in daylight. The basement held my secrets, my true history, my authentic self. The woman in the photographs wasn't a stranger. She was who I really was, underneath all the layers of forgetting and denial. The back door wasn't letting strange air into the house. It was letting my own breath circulate, the exhalations of a self I'd buried so deep I'd convinced myself it belonged to someone else. The footprints in the yard were mine, made during nighttime walks I didn't allow myself to remember, coming and going, leaving and returning, caught in the orbit of a truth too large to escape. I stand at the basement door now, keys warm in my palm. The humming has become a song, and the song has become a summons. Below, in the darkness that no longer seems threatening, my authentic self waits with infinite patience. She's been calling me home for longer than I can calculate, using the only voice I would recognize, my own, singing the lullaby of return. The door is slightly ajar now, just like that first morning. But this time I understand what it means. It's not an accident or a draft or a mechanical failure. It's an invitation. A gentle insistence that some doors should never be completely closed, because closing them means forgetting who we really are. The brown leaf crumbles between my fingers as I take the first step down. Story 2. It wasn't the first time the quiet lingered a bit too long. Mornings began with the sun creeping over the chipped picket fence, casting familiar shadows that felt somehow heavier than before. The mail piled up predictably, each envelope sealed tight, keeping its contents from prying eyes. The garden, framed by overgrown hedges, thrived without anyone tending to it, every bloom unfurling with perfect disregard. I wiped the kitchen counter methodically, ignoring the faint imprint left behind on the salt shaker. By afternoon, the house felt fuller, though I was the only one moving room to room. I noticed a picture frame had been turned face down on the mantel, but left it as it was. I made coffee for 2 and drank both cups. The sound comes back to me now, not the obvious one, the creak of floorboards or the settling of old wood. Something softer, like fabric brushing against a wall. I heard it first while washing dishes, my hands deep in soapy water that had gone cold without my noticing. The sound moved through the house in a pattern I couldn't quite map, starting somewhere near the back door and trailing off toward the staircase. I keep returning to the conversation we had about trust. How you said people reveal themselves in small gestures, the way they handle objects that don't belong to them, how they stand when they think no one is watching. Your voice carried that particular weight it took on when you were testing an idea, seeing how it sounded spoken aloud. I was folding laundry then, matching socks that would never find their pairs. The neighbor's dog stopped barking 3 weeks ago. Not gradually one day, it simply stopped. I realized this while standing at the bedroom window, looking down at the yard where the animal used to pace along the fence line. The silence felt carved out, deliberate. When I mentioned it to the woman at the grocery store, she looked at me with that careful blankness people wear when they're deciding whether to engage with something uncomfortable. There's a coffee stain on the carpet near the couch that wasn't there before. The shape reminds me of a map of somewhere I've never been. I've walked around it for days now, watching how the light hits it differently depending on the time of day. Sometimes it looks fresh. Sometimes it looks like it's been there forever, part of the house's original design. I found the key in the sugar bowl, small, brass, worn smooth at the edges. It doesn't fit any lock I can find, though I've tried every door, every drawer, every box tucked away in closets. The weight of it sits strange in my palm, too heavy for its size. I carry it with me now, rolling it between my fingers when I'm thinking, which is most of the time. You used to leave notes, nothing elaborate, just reminders about appointments, grocery lists, observations about the weather. I found one wedged between couch cushions that simply read "the blue car again." I don't remember any blue car. I don't remember you writing this note, but the handwriting is yours, that careful slant you developed after the accident with your wrist. The mailman comes at different times now, sometimes early when the dew still clings to the grass, sometimes late when the shadows have already begun their evening stretch. He doesn't make eye contact anymore, just slides the mail through the slot and moves on with a hurried efficiency that feels pointed. I wonder what he sees when he looks at this house, what impression it gives from the outside looking in. I keep finding things in places they shouldn't be. A coffee cup in the bathroom cabinet, a book about gardening tucked inside the refrigerator. Small displacements that could be explained by distraction, by the mind's tendency to wander. But they follow a pattern I can't quite see, like someone is leaving a trail I'm too slow to follow. The phone rang yesterday while I was upstairs. By the time I reached it, the caller had hung up. No message, just the hollow tone that follows disconnection. I stood there holding the receiver, listening to that empty sound and trying to remember the last time someone had called. The silence felt expectant, as if it were waiting for me to fill it with something. There's a spot on the kitchen floor where the wood is slightly darker than the rest. I noticed it while making dinner, something simple, nothing that required much attention. The discoloration forms an almost perfect circle about the size of a dinner plate. When I run my hand over it, the surface feels the same as everywhere else, but the eye insists something is different. I think about the evening you asked me to check the locks. All of them, you said, even the windows on the second floor. Your voice carried an urgency I hadn't heard before, and you stood in the hallway watching as I moved from room to room, testing each latch, each deadbolt. Everything was secure, but you nodded as if this confirmed something you'd already suspected. The garden grows without any help from me. Tomatoes ripen on vines I don't remember planting. Herbs spread in neat rows that suggest careful planning. I pick what I need for cooking and try not to think about who might have prepared this bounty, who might have known I would need it. The soil is rich and dark, recently turned. Sometimes I catch myself setting the table for two. The second place setting appears without conscious thought, muscle memory guiding my hands through motions that feel both foreign and familiar. I eat alone, but the other plate remains, waiting for someone who might have been expected but never arrives. The basement door stands slightly ajar most mornings. I close it each night before bed, turning the handle firmly and listening for the click that confirms it's properly latched. But morning light reveals that gap again, just wide enough to suggest invitation or escape. The hinges don't creak, I've checked. They move in perfect silence. I remember now why the quiet feels different. It's not the absence of sound, but the presence of listening. Someone waiting for something to happen, for a signal or a sign. The house holds its breath, and I find myself moving more carefully, placing my feet with deliberation, closing doors with extra gentleness. The photograph face down on the mantel has been there so long I've stopped noticing it. But today, while dusting, I realized the frame is positioned at a precise angle, aligned with something I can't identify. When I crouch down and sight along its edge, it points directly toward the spot on the kitchen floor, the circle that shouldn't be there but is. You always said the truth lives in details people think no one will notice. The way someone arranges objects on a shelf, the path they take through a room, the things they choose to keep and the things they choose to discard. I'm learning to see these signs now, to read the language of small disturbances and careful replacements. The key from the sugar bowl fits something. I know this with a certainty that surprises me, though I haven't found its purpose yet. It's not about the doors or drawers I've tried. It's about something else, something I haven't thought to look for. The brass catches the light in a way that seems almost deliberate, as if it wants to be noticed, wants to be found. I made coffee this morning and realized I was humming. A tune I don't recognize, something that seemed to come from somewhere outside my conscious memory. The melody felt familiar in my throat, as if I'd been humming it for weeks without noticing. When I stopped, the silence rushed back in, heavier than before. The blue car sits across the street now. I understand the note you left, the careful observation recorded for future reference. It doesn't belong to anyone on this block, but it appears regularly, always in the same spot, always empty. The windows are tinted dark enough that I can't see inside, but I feel watched when I pass by. The license plate is partially obscured by mud that looks deliberately applied. I think the key opens something inside the house that I've been looking at but not seeing. Something that blends so well with its surroundings that it becomes invisible until you know exactly what you're searching for. The weight of it in my pocket reminds me that some doors are meant to stay closed until the right moment arrives. The coffee stain has changed shape. Not dramatically, just a slight shift in its borders, as if the liquid were still spreading, still seeking its final form. I kneel beside it and press my palm against the carpet. The fibers feel slightly damp, though that seems impossible. The map it resembles now looks like somewhere I might have been, somewhere I should remember but don't. Tonight I'll check the locks again, the way you asked me to. I'll move through the house with careful attention, testing each point of entry, each possible weakness. But I suspect what I'm really doing is confirming that whatever needs to get in already has, and whatever needs to get out is still waiting for permission. The second coffee cup sits on the counter, empty but warm, story 3. The entrance was accessed at 07:45 hours with no evidence of forced entry. The living quarters remained orderly, consistent with established routine. The kitchen surfaces were unmarked, utensils neatly aligned, though one knife was missing from the block. The temperature in the room was surprisingly low, while the thermostat read 72 degrees with no recorded malfunctions. Bedroom linens appeared undisturbed, suggesting no recent occupancy. The calendar displayed the correct date, yet the clock's hands were not aligned with standard timekeeping. No irregularities were noted on the surveillance logs. However, the pet food dish was unusually empty. The cold sits in my chest like swallowed ice, spreading outward through my ribs. I read these words again, my own handwriting, though I don't remember forming the letters. The report feels foreign in my hands, as if someone else authored this clinical assessment of what I found that morning. Or was it evening? The light coming through the window holds that peculiar quality that could belong to dawn or dusk, suspended between certainties. My fingers trace the paper's edge, and I notice they're trembling. Not from cold, though the room maintains that inexplicable chill I documented. The trembling comes from somewhere deeper, a vibration that starts in my bones and works outward. I've been carrying this sensation for days now, maybe weeks. Time has become elastic, unreliable. The missing knife bothers me most. I can picture the block clearly, that empty slot like a gap in a smile. Wooden handles arranged by size, each blade nested in its designated space except for that one absence, the largest one, the one with the black handle worn smooth by years of use. I remember running my finger along that empty groove, feeling the accumulated dust that outlined where the knife should have been. But when did I do that? The memory floats without anchor, disconnected from the sequence of events I'm supposed to be reconstructing. I was there to investigate, wasn't I? Someone had called it in, or had I discovered it myself? The details slip away like water through cupped palms. The pet food dish haunts me too, stainless steel, gleaming empty against the kitchen floor. Not just empty, but clean, as if licked spotless. I remember crouching beside it, my reflection warped in its curved surface. My face looked strange there, features pulled and distorted. I touched the rim and it was cold, colder than the ambient temperature that didn't match the thermostat reading. There was no pet visible anywhere in the residence. No toys, no leash, no litter box, just that dish, positioned precisely where such things belong, as if maintaining the pretense of normalcy. The absence felt deliberate, calculated. Someone had removed every trace of an animal except for that single bowl, left like a question mark on the linoleum. I should have noted this discrepancy in my report, but reading it now, I see I focused on other details instead. The clock with its misaligned hands draws my attention back. The hour hand pointed between numbers, the minute hand frozen at an impossible angle. Not broken, just wrong. As if time itself had been tampered with, bent into an unnatural configuration. The surveillance logs showed nothing. I remember scrolling through hours of footage, watching empty hallways and vacant doorways. The cameras captured everything and nothing, recording the absence of event with mechanical precision. But there was something about the quality of the light in those recordings, the way shadows fell at angles that didn't quite match the timestamp. Subtle wrongness that made my eyes water if I stared too long. My head throbs now, the same dull ache that's been building since I first walked through that entrance. No forced entry, I noted, but that doesn't mean entry wasn't gained. The lock showed no scratches, the frame no splintering, the door no damage, yet someone had been inside. Someone had taken the knife, emptied that dish, adjusted that clock. Someone had lowered the temperature in defiance of the thermostat setting. The bedroom linens troubled me in ways I couldn't articulate then and struggle to explain now. Undisturbed, I wrote, but that wasn't quite accurate. They were arranged too perfectly, hospital corners crisp, pillows fluffed just so. The kind of neat that suggests recent attention rather than abandonment. Someone had made that bed with care, smoothing every wrinkle, eliminating every imperfection. But the sheets were cold when I touched them. Cold like everything else in that place, as if warmth itself had been systematically extracted. I remember pressing my palm against the mattress, feeling the chill seep through the fabric. The cold had weight presence. It pushed back against my touch with almost sentient resistance. The calendar on the wall displayed the correct date, or what I assumed was correct. Days blur together now, making verification difficult. But seeing it there, that neat X marking the passage of time, felt wrong somehow. Too convenient, too obvious, like a prop placed for my benefit, evidence of normalcy that protested too much. I keep returning to the knife. That empty slot draws my thoughts like gravity, pulling my attention back regardless of where it wanders. I can see it so clearly in my mind, that gap in the wooden block. But now I'm wondering if I'm remembering correctly. Was there really a missing knife, or did I imagine it? The certainty I felt while writing this report has eroded, leaving only questions and the persistent chill that won't leave my bones. The investigation feels incomplete, though I can't identify what's missing beyond the obvious blade. I followed protocol, documented everything, filed my report. But something essential escaped capture, slipped through the gaps in my observations like smoke through fingers. The truth hides in the spaces between facts, in the silences between words. My reflection in the pet dish returns to me now, that distorted face staring back from the curved steel. I looked guilty there, complicit somehow in whatever had transpired. The expression wasn't one I recognized as my own, yet it wore my features, carried my eyes. Those eyes held knowledge I couldn't access, secrets locked behind familiar irises. The temperature discrepancy gnaws at me. 72 degrees according to the thermostat, but my breath had been visible in the air. I remember the fog of exhalation as I moved through those rooms, marking my passage with ephemeral clouds. The heating system hummed normally, vents pushing warm air that seemed to vanish the moment it entered the space, as if the cold consumed it, metabolized warmth like a living thing. I should have taken more photographs, gathered more evidence, but something about that place discouraged documentation, made the camera feel heavy in my hands. The few pictures I did take came out strange, shadows falling in impossible directions, light bending in ways that defied physics. I deleted most of them, telling myself they were technical errors, equipment malfunction, but I knew better even then. The orderly state of the living quarters suggests routine, I wrote, but whose routine? The resident's or someone else's. The precision of arrangement felt foreign, imposed from outside. Every object occupied its designated position with mathematical exactitude, as if placed by someone following a diagram rather than living naturally in the space. I remember checking the refrigerator, though I didn't note it in my report. Inside, food arranged with the same unsettling precision. Milk cartons aligned, vegetables sorted by color, condiments organized by height, nothing expired, nothing out of place, but everything cold, colder than necessary. The refrigerator's chill had spread beyond its confines, colonizing the entire residence. The missing knife could be anywhere now, in someone's hand, someone's drawer, someone's memory. I picture it sometimes, that black handle gripped by fingers I can't see clearly. The blade catches light that might be real or imagined, reflecting scenes I wasn't present to witness. Or was I? Memory plays tricks, folds events into impossible configurations like that clock with its bent hands. I've been avoiding the obvious question, the one that sits beneath all others like sediment in still water. Why was I there? What prompted my investigation of that cold, orderly space? The report doesn't say, treats my presence as given, inevitable. But investigations require instigation, someone to call, someone to notice something wrong. The pet food dish was unusually empty. That phrase echoes in my mind, gaining weight with repetition. Not just empty, but unusually so, as if the emptiness itself was remarkable. What made it unusual? The cleanliness, the positioning, or the absence of the pet that should have been eating from it? All three, perhaps, or something else entirely that I failed to capture in words. The surveillance logs recorded nothing irregular, yet here I was, documenting irregularities. The contradiction sits uncomfortably, refuses resolution. Either the cameras missed something crucial, or the irregularities existed only in my perception. Both possibilities disturbed me equally, suggesting either technological failure or personal unreliability. I close my eyes and try to reconstruct the sequence of events, but the pieces resist arrangement. I remember arriving, but not the journey. I remember leaving, but not the departure. The investigation exists in isolation, disconnected from the flow of normal time. Like that clock with its impossible angles, my memory bends in ways that shouldn't be possible. The cold has settled deeper now, taken up permanent residence in my chest. It pulses with my heartbeat, spreads with my circulation. I wonder if I brought it with me from that place, carried it home like an infection. The temperature here reads normal, but I don't trust thermostats anymore. They lie with mechanical precision, displaying numbers that have no relationship to actual sensation. That empty slot in the knife block haunts my peripheral vision, appears in reflections and shadows when I'm not looking directly. The absence has gained presence, become more real than the knives that remain. I find myself checking my own kitchen drawers, counting blades, verifying their positions, all accounted for, yet the anxiety persists. The bedroom linens were too perfect, I realize now. Not undisturbed, but deliberately arranged, staged for discovery. Someone had prepared that scene, invested time in creating the illusion of normalcy while embedding subtle wrongness in every detail. The cold, the clock, the missing knife, the empty dish. Clues arranged like breadcrumbs, leading toward a conclusion I'm afraid to reach. My handwriting in this report looks different now, as if written by someone else entirely. The letters lean at unfamiliar angles, the spacing irregular. Did I write this, or did I copy it from somewhere else? The words feel borrowed, second-hand, filtered through consciousness that might not be my own. The investigation continues in my mind, playing on endless loop. I walk through those rooms again and again, noting details that shift with each repetition. Sometimes the knife is there, sometimes missing. Sometimes the pet dish holds water, sometimes food, sometimes nothing at all. The variables change, but the cold remains constant, that inexplicable chill that defied the thermostat's cheerful assertion. I need to return there, verify my observations, confirm the details that feel increasingly unreliable. But I can't remember the address, can't locate the file that should contain this information. The investigation exists only in this report, these words that might or might not reflect actual events. Everything else has been swallowed by the same cold that consumed the warmth from that place. The truth waits in that empty knife slot, in the space between the thermostat's reading and the actual temperature, in the gap between what the surveillance cameras recorded and what actually occurred. It hides in plain sight, camouflaged by the very orderliness that was meant to conceal it. I set down the report and feel the cold spread further, reaching toward my extremities with patient persistence. Soon it will claim me entirely, transform me into another piece of evidence in an investigation that may never be completed. The knife is still missing, the dish still empty, the clock still frozen between moments. And I am still there in that cold place, documenting irregularities that exist only in the spaces between certainties, in the silence between heartbeats, in the darkness between thoughts. Story 4. I told them I hadn't heard anything unusual. The night was still, too still, as if the world held its breath. Leaves rustled softly against the pavement, broken by the faint creak of unseen hinges. The air was heavy, carrying a scent I couldn't place, one that kept creeping back. The chill crept along my skin, an uneasy caress. Shadows reached further than they should, curling around spaces left gaping and empty. I kept my eyes forward, but the feeling lingered, intimate and accusing. The breeze tugged insistently at my sleeve, like a reminder, but my heart was still racing. The coffee mug sits cold in my hands now, ceramic smooth against my palms. Steam no longer rises from its surface. I can't remember when I last took a sip, when warmth last touched my lips. The kitchen window frames the same view it has for months, yet something feels displaced, shifted by degrees I cannot measure. That scent returns without warning, sweet and cloying, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. I set the mug down harder than intended, and the sound echoes sharper than it should in this small space. They asked about the timeline. When did I first notice something was wrong? I gave them dates, approximate hours, the careful reconstruction of someone trying to be helpful. But memory doesn't work that way, does it? Memory bleeds and blurs, reshapes itself each time we reach for it. The first time I saw her, she was standing by the mailboxes. Red coat, I think, or was it blue? The color changes each time I revisit the moment, as if my mind refuses to commit to any single truth. She was sorting through envelopes with the methodical patience of someone who had nowhere urgent to be. I nodded, she nodded back, the kind of polite acknowledgement that passes between neighbors who share space but not familiarity. Her apartment was directly below mine. I learned this not through introduction, but through the subtle geography of shared walls, the soft percussion of footsteps that followed patterns I began to recognize. She walked lightly, deliberately, never the heavy tread of someone rushing or angry. The detective's pen scratched against paper as I spoke. Did she have visitors? Did I ever hear raised voices, arguments? The questions felt invasive, as if they were asking me to confess to watching, to listening too closely to lives that weren't mine. But we all listen, don't we? In apartment buildings, in houses pressed close together, we become accidental witnesses to the rhythms of other people's existence. The flush of toilets, the opening and closing of doors, the low murmur of television programs bleeding through thin walls. I told them about the music. She played classical pieces, always in the evening. The same compositions repeated with variations, as if she were practicing. Piano, I thought, though I never saw one during those brief glimpses into her open doorway when she collected packages or checked her mail. The music stopped 3 days before they found her, or was it 4? Time compresses and expands in memory, becomes unreliable. I remember noticing the silence, how it felt heavier than the music had, how I found myself listening for sounds that never came. The hallway carpet shows where patterns where feet have traveled the same paths thousands of times. dark trails leading to and from each door, evidence of habitual movement. I study these patterns now as I climb the stairs, wondering what stories they might tell to someone who knew how to read them. Her door remains closed, yellow tape removed weeks ago, but the adhesive residue still clings to the frame like scar tissue. I pause here sometimes, key halfway to my own lock, and try to remember what I heard that night, what I might have missed. The investigating officer was younger than I expected, earnest in the way that suggests either inexperience or genuine care. She asked if I had noticed any changes in routine, any unusual visitors or deliveries. I wanted to be helpful, to provide the kind of concrete details that solve cases and bring closure. But I kept coming back to that scent, the one I couldn't identify, couldn't place in any category my memory offered. It lingered in the hallway for days after, fainter each time but never quite disappearing, like perfume on clothing worn too long. The maintenance man mentioned seeing someone, a figure in the courtyard standing beneath her window. This was 2 nights before, or maybe 3. His recollection was no more precise than mine, filtered through the haze of routine work and casual observation. Male or female, they asked him, tall or short, young or old. He shrugged, wiped his hands on coveralls stained with years of repairs. Could have been anyone, he said. People stand in courtyards all the time. People look up at windows for reasons that have nothing to do with anything sinister. I find myself standing in that same courtyard now, looking up at windows that reveal nothing. Curtains drawn, blinds closed, the private lives of neighbors hidden behind glass and fabric. How easy it would be to watch, to wait, to study the patterns of someone's existence until you knew their vulnerabilities better than they did. The thought unsettles me, not because it's foreign, but because it isn't. Because we all do this to some degree, catalog the habits of those around us, notice when routines change or disappear entirely. Her routine was remarkably consistent. Morning walks that took her past the fountain and back within 30 minutes. Grocery shopping on alternating days, always carrying the same canvas bag. Evening music practice that began promptly after dinner and lasted exactly 1 hour. Until it didn't. The silence that followed was so complete it felt intentional. As if she had simply decided to stop existing in the small ways that had made her presence known to those of us who shared her building, her hallways, her thin-walled proximity to our own lives. I told them about the phone calls, how I would sometimes hear the muffled ring of her telephone through our shared wall, followed by conversations too quiet to distinguish words but clear enough to detect tone. She spoke softly always. Even when the calls came late at night, her voice never rose above that same measured cadence. The calls stopped when the music did. I noticed this only in retrospect, the way you notice the absence of a sound you never consciously registered hearing. Another small piece of a routine that simply vanished without explanation. They found her 3 days later, or 4. The timeline remains frustratingly imprecise, despite the official reports and documented evidence. She was discovered by the building manager, who had come to investigate complaints about a persistent odor. That scent, the one that had been haunting the hallways, growing stronger each day. Sweet and cloying and wrong in ways I couldn't articulate but felt in my stomach, in the primitive part of my brain that recognizes danger before conscious thought catches up. I had smelled death before. This wasn't that. This was something else, something that made me think of flowers and chemicals and the artificial sweetness of things trying too hard to mask their true nature. The coroner's report, what little they shared, mentioned no signs of struggle, no obvious trauma. She had simply stopped, they said, as if her body had decided to quit the business of living without consulting her mind about the decision. Natural causes, the phrase feels inadequate, insufficient to explain the complete cessation of a life that had been so reliably present just days before. Natural suggests an order, a progression that makes sense. Nothing about her disappearance felt natural. I keep returning to that night. The one I told them was unremarkable, too still, ordinary in its quietness. But memory is revision, isn't it? Each time I revisit those hours, new details surface or old ones shift, rearranging themselves into patterns that might mean something or might mean nothing at all. The creak of hinges, I mentioned this to the investigators, though I couldn't say which hinges or when exactly I heard them. Could have been any door in the building, any cabinet or gate or window frame settling in the cooling air. But the sound stays with me, insistent and specific despite its lack of context. Her door had hinges that squeaked. I remember this now, or think I do. A soft protest whenever she entered or left her apartment, barely audible but consistent, like a signature, a small announcement of her movements. Did I hear those particular hinges that night? I can't be certain. The mind fills in gaps, creates coherence where none existed, builds narratives that feel true whether or not they correspond to actual events. The detective asked if I had ever spoken with her beyond those polite nods by the mailboxes. Had we ever had a conversation, shared concerns about building maintenance or neighborhood safety? The kind of exchanges that might reveal something about her state of mind, her relationships, her reasons for being afraid. I told them no, we were neighbors in the modern sense, sharing proximity but not intimacy. I knew the sound of her footsteps, the timing of her routines, the quality of her telephone voice through thin walls, but I didn't know her fears, her joys, her reasons for choosing classical music over jazz or rock or silence. This felt like a failure, not of investigation or civic duty, but of basic human connection. She had lived 15 feet away from me for months, and I knew almost nothing about who she was beyond the small sounds and glimpses that leaked through our shared walls. The building feels different now, quieter though that might be my imagination. Sounds seem to carry differently, as if her absence has changed the acoustic properties of our shared space. Footsteps echo where they didn't before. Doors close with sharper finality. I find myself listening more carefully, paying attention to the rhythms and patterns of my remaining neighbors. The couple upstairs who argue in whispers. The elderly man who plays television programs too loudly. The woman with the dog who takes 3 walks daily, always at the same times. What would I tell investigators about their routines if something happened to them? What small details would I offer as evidence of lives I observed but never truly witnessed? The maintenance man found something when he cleaned out her apartment, a notebook filled with what appeared to be observations about the building's residents, times and dates, descriptions of comings and goings, patterns of behavior recorded with the same methodical patience she had shown while sorting mail. They didn't share the contents with me, but I could see the discomfort in the detective's expression when she mentioned it. The realization that the watcher had been watched, that our casual surveillance of each other's routines had been more systematic than any of us realized. I wonder if I was included in those observations, if my own patterns had been cataloged and analyzed, reduced to timestamps and behavioral notes in someone else's careful handwriting. The thought is both unsettling and oddly validating, proof that my existence registered in ways I hadn't considered. The scent has finally faded from the hallways. Whatever produced it has been removed or dissipated, leaving behind only the usual building smells of cleaning products and cooking, and the accumulated presence of people living in close quarters. But I still catch traces of it sometimes, usually when I'm distracted or thinking about something else. A phantom sweetness that makes me pause and sniff the air, searching for a source that no longer exists. Memory made olfactory, clinging to consciousness like smoke. The new tenant moved in last week. Different routines, different sounds, different patterns of presence and absence. She plays music too, but contemporary songs with lyrics I can almost make out through our shared wall. Her footsteps are heavier, more hurried. Her telephone conversations are louder, more animated. Life continues. The building adapts to new rhythms, new sounds, new evidence of human habitation. But I find myself comparing everything to what came before, measuring the present against memories that grow less reliable with each passing day. The detective called once more weeks later. Follow-up questions, she said, though I suspect she was simply trying to bring closure to a case that refused to resolve cleanly. Had I remembered anything else about that night, any detail, however small, that might explain what happened? I told her about the hinges again. The creak that might have been her door, or might have been any door, or might have been the building itself settling in the cooling air. She wrote it down anyway, adding it to a file that probably contained dozens of similar uncertainties from other neighbors, other witnesses to a mystery that had no clear solution. Sometimes I stand in the courtyard and look up at her former window. The new tenant keeps different hours, different patterns of light and darkness, but the window itself remains unchanged, a rectangle of glass that reveals nothing about the lives lived behind it. I think about observation and privacy, about the ways we watch each other without meaning to, accumulate knowledge without seeking it. How thin the line is between awareness and surveillance, between neighborly attention and something more intrusive. The notebook bothers me more than I admitted to the investigators, not because she was watching, but because her watching was so much more systematic than mine. While I noticed patterns casually, unconsciously, she was building a deliberate record of our collective existence. What did she see in those patterns? What conclusions did she draw from the careful documentation of our comings and goings? Was she afraid of something specific, or was the watching itself a form of comfort, a way of imposing order on the chaos of lives lived too close together? I'll never know. The notebook disappeared into evidence files, and the questions it raised will remain unanswered. Like the scent that lingered in our hallways, some mysteries resist resolution no matter how carefully we examine them. The night still feels too still sometimes. When I walk through the building's corridors or stand in the courtyard looking up at windows, I remember that sense of held breath, of something waiting to exhale. The feeling that observation itself might be dangerous, that watching and being watched could blur into something neither innocent nor entirely sinister. My heart still races occasionally, for reasons I can't quite name. Not fear exactly, but recognition. The understanding that we are all watchers and watched, that privacy is an illusion maintained by mutual agreement to pretend we don't notice what we notice. She noticed everything, and now she's gone, taking her careful observations with her, leaving behind only questions and the lingering memory of sweetness in hallways that smell now of nothing more mysterious than floor wax and other people's dinners. I still haven't heard anything unusual. The building continues its quiet symphony of ordinary sounds, unremarkable in their familiarity. But I listened differently now, with the awareness that someone else was listening too, recording what she heard, trying to make sense of the patterns we all create without thinking. The truth, whatever it was, remains elusive, hidden in notebooks I'll never read, in motivations I'll never understand, in the space between what we observe and what we truly see. Some stories end without ending, leaving only the weight of questions that grow heavier with time. Story 5. The old farmhouse settled quietly around me in the muted glow of dawn, its wooden floors creaking as if recalling forgotten memories. The faint aroma of lavender still lingered in the crisp morning air, a remnant of last night's storm. As I stepped into the parlor, the faded lace curtains rustled gently, though no breeze came through the firmly shut windows. On the mantel, a clock that hadn't ticked in years appeared freshly dusted. I paused, listening closely to the silence, only to catch the faint echo of footsteps retreating down the narrow hallway where no one should have been. The dust cloth folded neatly beside the clock troubled me most. Its edges were damp, as though someone had used it recently to polish the brass face and wooden frame. I remembered leaving that cloth in the kitchen drawer before retiring, yet here it sat, positioned with the kind of careful attention my grandmother used to show when preparing for Sunday visitors. The fabric held the scent of lemon oil, sweet and sharp against the morning stillness. When I lifted it to examine the weave, my fingers found it still warm. Those footsteps had possessed a rhythm I recognized, a particular cadence that spoke of someone moving through familiar territory. They carried the weight of certainty, each step placed with knowledge of which floorboards would protest and which would remain silent. The sound had faded toward the back of the house, past the narrow staircase where family portraits hung in their tarnished frames. I found myself following that remembered path, though my own feet seemed reluctant to disturb the quiet. The kitchen door stood ajar, revealing a slice of yellow morning light across the checkered linoleum. Inside, the coffee pot sat warm on the stove, its contents still steaming despite my clear recollection of an empty kitchen when I'd gone to bed. The aroma filled the small space with notes of hazelnut and cream, exactly the way she used to prepare it during those final months when sleep came rarely and dawn arrived like an unwelcome guest. A single cup waited on the counter, its rim stained with the faintest trace of lipstick in a shade I hadn't seen worn in months. The lipstick color haunted me as I stood there, breathing in that familiar coffee scent. It was a deep rose shade, applied with the careful precision of someone who understood that small rituals matter most when everything else begins to slip away. I had thrown away all the makeup after the funeral, unable to bear the sight of those small tubes and compacts lined up like soldiers on the vanity. Yet here was evidence of that particular shade, as though someone had pressed their lips to the porcelain in a gesture both intimate and impossible. Her favorite chair in the sitting room bore the impression of recent occupancy. The worn velvet cushions held the shape of someone who had settled there to watch the sunrise, perhaps to sip that impossible cup of coffee while the world emerged from darkness. The depression in the fabric was too defined to be merely the memory of old use, too fresh to be anything but immediate. When I pressed my palm against the seat, warmth radiated through the material, and I caught the ghost of her perfume, that same lavender scent that had welcomed me at dawn. The perfume lingered strongest near the window where she used to sit during her morning routine, watching the birds gather at the feeder we'd hung from the old oak. The bottle had been buried with her, tucked into the silk lining of the casket at my request, yet the fragrance seemed to emanate from the very walls of the room. It mixed with the coffee aroma and the lemon oil from the dust cloth, creating a symphony of scents that belonged to a life I thought had ended. Those birds at the feeder moved with unusual purpose, as though responding to some signal I couldn't perceive. They gathered in greater numbers than I'd seen since her passing, their small bodies creating a living constellation against the morning sky. She had always claimed they knew when she was watching, that they performed their aerial dances specifically for her entertainment. Now they wheeled and dove with the same choreographed precision, though the window should have revealed only my solitary figure. The bird seeds scattered beneath the oak appeared fresh, though I hadn't filled the feeder in weeks. The kernels glistened with dew, spread in the careful patterns she used to create when she wanted to photograph the ground feeders. She had possessed an artist's eye for composition, understanding that beauty required intention. The seeds formed gentle curves and clusters, an arrangement too deliberate to be accidental, too perfect to be the work of wind or gravity. Her camera bag sat beside the kitchen table, its leather straps darkened with age and use. I was certain I had stored it in the attic after going through her belongings, yet here it rested as though she had just returned from one of her early morning photography sessions. The zipper was partially open, revealing the familiar bulk of her favorite lens, the one she used for capturing wildlife in the soft light of dawn. When I touched the bag, the leather was supple and warm, not brittle with disuse as it should have been. The photographs scattered across the table told a story I couldn't quite comprehend. They showed the farmhouse in various seasons, captured from angles that suggested the photographer had moved through the rooms with intimate knowledge of light and shadow. Some images were recent, showing the parlor as it appeared this very morning, complete with the dust cloth beside the clock and the impression in the sitting room chair. The timestamps in the corners bore dates that should have been impossible. Her handwriting filled the margins of these photographs, notes scrawled in the precise script I had learned to read like a second language during our years together. The observations were technical at first, discussing aperture settings and exposure times, but gradually became more personal. She wrote about the quality of morning light, about the way the house seemed to breathe in the hours before sunrise, about sounds that came from empty rooms and shadows that moved without cause. The shadow patterns in the hallway shifted as I studied those photographs, though the sun's position shouldn't have changed so dramatically. They stretched and contracted like living things, creating shapes that resembled human figures walking just beyond the edge of vision. When I looked directly at them, they resolved into ordinary darkness cast by furniture and door frames, but my peripheral vision caught movement that shouldn't have existed. Her reading glasses lay folded on the side table where she used to leave them each night, positioned exactly as they had been during her lifetime. The lenses caught the morning light and threw tiny rainbows across the wall, creating the same prismatic display that used to fascinate her during quiet afternoons. I had searched for these glasses after her death, wanting to keep them as a memento, but they had disappeared along with so many other small, precious things. The book beneath the glasses fell open to a passage she had underlined in her careful hand, words about the persistence of love beyond physical boundaries. The ink was fresh, as though she had marked the text recently, and the margins contained notes in her distinctive script. She wrote about the difficulty of letting go, about the pull of familiar places and beloved routines, about the way the heart can anchor the spirit to earthly concerns. Her teacup sat on the kitchen counter beside the coffee pot, filled with the chamomile blend she favored during times of stress or uncertainty. The liquid was still warm, releasing vapors that carried the honey-sweet scent of flowers and herbs. A small spoon rested in the saucer, its surface bearing traces of the local honey she bought from the farmer down the road. The cup was positioned exactly where she used to place it during our morning conversations, angled to catch the light from the east window. The honey jar itself stood open beside the cup, its contents crystallized in the patterns she used to study like tea leaves, searching for meaning in the geometric formations of sugar and sweetness. She had claimed the crystals told stories about the weather and the health of the hive, about the secret life of bees and the wisdom they carried in their ancient dance. Now the formations seemed to spell out letters, though the words they might form remained just beyond comprehension. Her garden gloves lay on the windowsill, still bearing traces of soil from plantings that should have died with the first frost. The leather was supple and stained with the green of fresh growth, as though she had been working among the flowers just moments before my arrival. Through the window, I could see her perennial bed blooming with impossible vigor, displaying colors that belonged to high summer rather than the dying season we had entered. Those flowers swayed in patterns that suggested a breeze I couldn't feel, their petals catching light that seemed to come from no identifiable source. She had planted them in careful arrangements, designing the bed to provide continuous blooms throughout the growing season. Now they flowered all at once, creating a symphony of color and fragrance that defied natural law. The roses climbed their trellises with renewed vigor, while the lavender bushes released clouds of purple perfume into the still air. The watering can beside the back door dripped steadily, though I was certain I had emptied it before the frost. Each drop struck the stone step with a musical note, creating a rhythm that matched the cadence of those impossible footsteps I had heard at dawn. The sound carried through the morning quiet like a heartbeat, steady and persistent, marking time in a world where time seemed to have lost its ordinary meaning. Her journal lay open on the kitchen table, its pages filled with entries dated long after her final breath. The handwriting was unmistakably hers, though the words described experiences that belonged to a realm between sleeping and waking. She wrote about watching me sleep, about the difficulty of making her presence known, about the frustration of existing in a space where intention rarely translated into action. The ink was fresh, the paper unmarked by age or weather. The final entry, written in script that grew increasingly faint, spoke of morning rituals and the comfort of familiar routines. She described the pleasure of dusting the old clock, of preparing coffee in the quiet kitchen, of settling into her favorite chair to watch the sunrise paint the world in shades of gold and rose. The words trailed off mid-sentence, as though the effort of writing had become too great, leaving only the impression of letters that might have been or might have been imagined. The silence that followed my reading of those words was different from the quiet that had greeted me at dawn. It held weight and presence, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for some acknowledgement or response. The morning light had shifted, casting new patterns through the windows, creating shadows that seemed to reach toward me with familiar gestures. In that suspended moment, I understood that some departures are not final, that love can indeed anchor the spirit to beloved places and cherished routines. The dust cloth beside the clock remained warm in my hands as I stood there, caught between memory and possibility, wondering whether the footsteps I had heard were echoes of the past or promises of mornings yet to come. Story 6. The latch clicked softly as I pulled my hand away. The air felt thick, clinging to my skin as if it wanted to remind me of something forgotten. My pulse beat a steady rhythm in the silence, a constant that seemed to be waiting for an echo. Shadows moved along the edges of my vision, pooling in places they shouldn't. The metallic taste on my tongue lingered, sharp and unspoken. Nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. The door. The brass handle gleamed despite the dim light, polished to an almost mirror finish that reflected my distorted face back at me. I remembered cleaning it obsessively, running the cloth in circular motions until my wrist ached. The motion had been soothing then, repetitive and purposeful. Now the shine seemed accusatory, too perfect for a door that should have shown wear from daily use. The scratches I expected to find around the keyhole were absent, as if someone had buffed them away with deliberate care. The hallway. Hardwood stretched before me, each plank aligned with mathematical precision. The grain patterns formed faces in the amber wood, expressions that shifted depending on the angle of my gaze. I had walked this path countless times, my footsteps creating a familiar percussion against the boards. But today my feet found soft spots I didn't remember, places where the wood gave slightly under pressure. The runner carpet had been removed, leaving behind rectangular impressions in the dust that outlined its former presence like a crime scene marker. The photograph asterisk. It hung crooked on the wall, tilted just enough to create a sense of wrongness that tugged at my peripheral vision. The frame held an image of two people standing beside a lake, their faces caught in mid-laugh. One figure had been carefully scratched out with what looked like a pen tip, the ink creating dark crosshatches over features I could no longer make out. I approached closer and noticed the glass was cracked in a spider web pattern radiating from where the obscured face would have been. My reflection fragmented across the damaged surface, splitting my own features into unrecognizable pieces. The kitchen window. Sunlight filtered through glass that hadn't been cleaned in weeks, creating a hazy barrier between inside and outside. Fingerprints smudged the lower panes, small handprints that seemed too delicate to be mine. The windowsill collected dead flies in neat rows, their wings folded as if they had simply chosen to rest there permanently. Outside, the garden showed signs of careful tending, but the plants were wrong somehow. Vegetables grew in perfect geometric patterns, too orderly for nature, too deliberate for casual cultivation. The coffee mug asterisk. It sat on the counter exactly where I had left it, or where I thought I had left it. The ceramic surface showed a hairline crack running from rim to base, a flaw I was certain hadn't existed when I last used it. Inside, coffee residue had dried into a dark ring that resembled a target, or perhaps a stain from something else entirely. The handle pointed toward the window, and I wondered if I had positioned it that way intentionally, creating some kind of compass pointing toward an escape I hadn't yet recognized. The basement door. The paint peeled in long strips that curled away from the wood like skin after a burn. I had meant to sand and repaint it, had even bought the supplies that now sat unopened in the garage. The doorknob turned easily in my hand, too easily, as if the mechanism had been recently oiled. Cool air rose from below, carrying scents of earth and something else, something organic that I couldn't quite identify. The light switch clicked uselessly, and I realized the bulb must have burned out, though I couldn't remember when I had last descended those stairs. The shovel asterisk. Leaning against the basement wall, its blade still carried traces of dark soil despite my memory of cleaning it thoroughly after the last gardening session. The wooden handle showed fresh scratches as if it had been dragged across concrete or stone. My hands remembered the weight of it, the way the grain of the wood had pressed against my palms during hours of digging. But the calluses I expected to find on my skin had faded, suggesting more time had passed than I had accounted for. The neighbor's cat. It appeared at the kitchen window regularly, a gray tabby with one white paw that pressed against the glass like a tiny hand seeking entry. Its eyes held an intelligence that seemed almost human, watching my movements with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I had tried feeding it once, setting a bowl of milk on the back step, but the next morning the bowl was overturned and the cat was gone. It hadn't returned for several days, and when it did, there was a wariness in its posture that suggested something had changed between us. The telephone. The old rotary model sat silent on the kitchen table, its black plastic surface reflecting the overhead light in harsh angles. The receiver showed marks where fingers had gripped it during long conversations, though I struggled to remember who I might have talked to for such extended periods. The dial tone, when I lifted the handset, carried an odd quality, as if the connection stretched across a greater distance than the local exchange should require. Numbers I had memorized seemed to slip from my mind when I tried to dial them. The mirror in the bathroom. My reflection stared back with eyes that seemed too bright, too focused for the early hour. The mirror's surface showed spots where the silver backing had begun to deteriorate, creating dark patches that obscured portions of my face. I leaned closer and noticed a small cut on my chin that I didn't remember receiving. The medicine cabinet behind the mirror held bottles with labels I couldn't quite read in the dim light, prescriptions that might have been mine or might have belonged to someone else entirely. The bedroom closet. Clothes hung in perfect order, arranged by color and season with a precision that didn't match my usual habits. An empty hanger swayed slightly despite the absence of any air current, its metal frame catching the light from the hallway. On the floor, shoe impressions in the dust outlined footwear that was no longer present, larger than my own feet, suggesting someone else had shared this space recently. The scent of unfamiliar cologne lingered faintly among the fabric. The garden shed. Tools hung on pegboard walls, each implement outlined in black marker to ensure proper placement. But several outlines showed no corresponding tools, creating ghostly silhouettes of missing equipment. The workbench surface bore stains that could have been oil or rust or something else entirely. A calendar on the wall showed dates circled in red ink, marking occasions I couldn't recall or perhaps had chosen not to remember. The sound of footsteps asterisk. They came at irregular intervals, soft impacts against the ceiling that suggested someone moving in the room above. But I knew the house had only one story, knew that above the kitchen lay only attic space accessible through a pull-down ladder. The sounds followed no pattern I could discern, sometimes quick and light, other times slow and deliberate, as if the walker was searching for something or perhaps avoiding detection. The smell of roses. It permeated the house despite the absence of any flowers, a cloying sweetness that seemed strongest near the basement door. The scent triggered memories of occasions I couldn't quite grasp, celebrations or ceremonies that hovered at the edge of consciousness. I followed the smell through rooms, noting how it intensified in certain areas and faded in others, creating an invisible map of significance I was unable to interpret. The missing keys. My key ring felt lighter than it should, missing the familiar weight of several keys whose purposes I could no longer recall. The remaining keys seemed ordinary enough, house and car and mailbox, but they jingled with a different tone now, a higher pitch that suggested the absent keys had been the heavier ones, the ones that opened more substantial locks. I searched through drawers and pockets, but found only single keys separated from their ring, scattered like breadcrumbs through the house. The journal. Hidden beneath papers in the desk drawer, its leather cover worn smooth by handling. The pages contained handwriting that looked like mine but described events I couldn't remember experiencing. Entries detailed conversations with people whose names meant nothing to me, activities that seemed both familiar and foreign. The dates progressed logically, but gaps appeared between entries, sometimes spanning weeks without explanation. The final entry ended mid-sentence, as if the writer had been interrupted or had simply ceased to exist. The window lock. Every window in the house showed evidence of recent adjustment, the locks turned to their most secure positions despite my preference for fresh air circulation. Scratches around the mechanisms suggested they had been forced or manipulated by someone unfamiliar with their operation. The windows themselves were clean on the outside but smudged on the interior, as if someone had pressed against them from within, perhaps watching for something or someone in the yard beyond. The final detail. The latch under my fingers felt different now, warmer somehow, as if it had absorbed heat from repeated handling. The click it made when engaged seemed louder than before, more final, like the sound of a decision being made rather than simply a door being secured. In the reflection of its polished surface, I caught a glimpse of movement behind me, but when I turned, the hallway stretched empty in both directions, holding its secrets in the spaces between shadows. Story 7. I told them I'd walk the dog and come straight home. My hands gripped the fabric of my coat, damp from the rain that hadn't fallen in days. The air tasted like lingering smoke, bitter and acrid, stinging the back of my throat. A light flickered above, casting a shadow in the narrow hallway that slipped across my shoes, tracing the outline of dirt that shouldn't be there. The clock ticked monotonously, a constant reminder of time unaccounted for. Outside, the world was still. Inside, something was missing. But the scratches on my arms told a different story. The nausea comes in waves now, rolling through my stomach like something alive and angry. I press my palm against the wall for support, feeling the texture of paint that seems too smooth, too deliberate. When did we repaint this hallway? The question floats in my mind without an answer, joining the growing collection of things I can't quite place. My reflection catches in the mirror by the door, and for a moment I don't recognize the person staring back. The eyes look hollow, sunken into shadows that weren't there before. Or maybe they were always there and I simply stopped looking closely enough to notice. The scratches on my arms burn under my sleeves, 3 parallel lines that could be from anything. Could be from the rose bush in the backyard, the one that's been growing wild since I stopped tending to it. Could be from the dog's claws when he jumped up, excited about something I can't remember. But we don't have a dog anymore. The realization hits me like cold water, sudden and shocking. When did that happen? I remember the leash in my hand, the weight of it familiar and comforting. I remember the click of claws on pavement, the gentle tug as he stopped to investigate something interesting. The memory feels solid, real, more real than this moment standing in my hallway with dirt on my shoes and scratches on my arms. I walk to the kitchen, my footsteps echoing strangely in the empty house. The silence feels thick, oppressive, like it's pushing against my eardrums. On the counter sits a coffee mug, half empty and cold to the touch. The ceramic is chipped along the rim, a small imperfection that I trace with my finger. When did that happen? The chip is sharp enough to cut, and I press my fingertip against it until I feel the sting of broken skin. The taste of copper fills my mouth, though I haven't touched my lips. Everything tastes like metal now, like I've been sucking on pennies. The smoke smell lingers too, clinging to my clothes, my hair, the inside of my nostrils. I open the windows, but the air outside smells the same, stagnant and wrong. There was a fire somewhere. I remember orange light dancing against windows, the sound of sirens in the distance growing closer then fading away. But that could have been any night, any emergency that had nothing to do with me. The emergency vehicles in this neighborhood run constantly, their wails becoming background noise, white noise, the soundtrack to suburban decay. I sit at the kitchen table and try to reconstruct the evening. I left the house around dusk, or maybe it was earlier. The light was that particular shade of gold that makes everything look like it's underwater, filtered through something thick and distorting. I had the leash in my hand, definitely had the leash, because I remember winding it around my fingers when I got nervous. But nervous about what? The path we usually took leads through the park, past the playground where children's laughter echoes even when no children are there. Past the pond where ducks gather, their movements creating ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. Past the bench where the old man always sits, feeding breadcrumbs to birds that might not be hungry. Except the old man wasn't there that evening. The bench sat empty, and something about its emptiness felt deliberate, staged. Like someone had carefully arranged the scene to look natural while removing the one element that would make it feel alive. The absence of him created a void that seemed to pull at everything around it, making the trees lean inward and the shadows stretch longer than they should. I remember stopping at that bench, though I can't remember why. My hand reached out to touch the weathered wood, and it felt warm despite the cooling air. Warm like someone had been sitting there moments before, like the heat of their body had soaked into the grain and was slowly radiating back out into the world. The dog pulled at the leash, eager to continue, but I couldn't move. Something held me there, some invisible weight that pressed down on my shoulders and made my legs feel heavy. The park around me seemed to shift and blur at the edges, like I was looking at it through water or thick glass. Sounds became muffled, distant. Even my own breathing seemed to come from somewhere else, someone else. That's when I saw the smoke. It rose from somewhere beyond the tree line, a thin column of gray that twisted upward into the darkening sky. Not the thick, black smoke of a house fire or the white puff of a barbecue, but something in between. Something organic burning, something that had once been alive. The dog whined, a low sound that vibrated through the leash and up into my hand. When I looked down, his eyes were wide, the whites showing in a way that made my stomach clench. Animals know things we don't, sense danger before it becomes visible. But when I followed his gaze, I saw nothing unusual, just trees and shadows and the normal geometry of a park at evening. Still, we turned around. I told myself it was because the dog was uncomfortable, because good pet owners listen to their animals' instincts. But really it was because something in that smoke smell made my skin crawl, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up like I was being watched. The walk home took longer than it should have. Streets that I'd traveled hundreds of times seemed unfamiliar, laid out in patterns that didn't match my memory. I turned corners that should have led to familiar landmarks and found myself facing houses I'd never seen before, windows dark and empty like closed eyes. The dog stayed close to my leg, his usual enthusiasm for exploration replaced by a nervous energy that made him jump at every small sound. By the time we reached our street, full darkness had fallen. The streetlights created pools of yellow illumination separated by stretches of shadow, and we moved from one to the next like we were crossing a river on stepping stones. In the light, everything looked normal, reassuring. In the darkness between, anything could be hiding. Our house sat at the end of the block, its windows glowing warmly in the night. But as we approached, I noticed something wrong with the light. It flickered irregularly, not like a bulb going bad, but like something was moving back and forth in front of it, blocking and revealing the illumination in an erratic rhythm. I stopped at the edge of our driveway and stared up at the house. The front door stood slightly open, though I was certain I'd closed it when we left. A thin line of light leaked out into the darkness, and in that line I could see dust motes dancing, or maybe they were insects, or maybe they were something else entirely. The dog refused to go any further. He planted his feet and pulled backward on the leash, his claws scraping against the concrete as he tried to retreat. When I tugged gently, encouraging him forward, he looked up at me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not fear exactly, but something deeper. Betrayal, maybe. Like I was asking him to do something that went against every instinct he possessed. So I dropped the leash. The memory of that moment is crystal clear, more vivid than anything that came before or after. The leather strap falling from my fingers, hitting the ground with a soft thud. The dog backing away slowly, his eyes never leaving my face until he reached the edge of the light and disappeared into the darkness beyond. The sound of his claws on pavement growing fainter and fainter until it was swallowed by the night. I stood there alone, staring at the open door of my house, and felt something fundamental shift inside me, like a gear clicking into place or a lock tumbling open. The person who had left the house with a dog was not the same person who would walk through that door alone. But I can't remember walking through the door. The next clear memory I have is standing in the hallway, gripping my coat, tasting smoke and metal while a clock ticked away time I couldn't account for. The dirt on my shoes, the scratches on my arms, the dampness of fabric that had never touched rain. Now I sit in my kitchen, tracing the chip in a coffee mug and trying to make sense of fragments that don't fit together. The silence in the house feels different than it did before, heavier somehow. Like it's not just the absence of sound, but the presence of something else, something that fills the space between words and thoughts. I walk to the window and look out at the backyard. The rose bush grows wild against the fence, its thorns catching moonlight like tiny knives, but there are no roses, haven't been roses for longer than I can remember. Just thorns and twisted branches reaching out into the darkness, grasping at nothing. The scratches on my arms throb in rhythm with my heartbeat. 3 parallel lines, too deep to be accidental, too precise to be random. I roll up my sleeves and examine them in the kitchen light. The edges are clean, surgical almost, not the ragged tears you get from running through brush or struggling with an animal. They look deliberate, purposeful. I touch one of the scratches and my finger comes away wet with something that isn't quite blood, isn't quite anything else I can identify. It's warm and thick and smells like the smoke that won't leave my nostrils. When I try to wipe it on a dish towel, it leaves no stain, no evidence that it ever existed. The phone rings, sudden and shrill, in the quiet kitchen. I stare at it for several rings before answering, and when I do, there's nothing but static on the other end. Not silence, but active noise, like someone breathing through interference. I listen for a long time, waiting for words that never come, until finally the line goes dead. When I hang up, I notice my reflection in the window again, but this time there's someone standing behind me, a shadow that doesn't match my movements. I turn around quickly, but the kitchen is empty. When I look back at the window, the reflection shows only me alone, with eyes that seem to belong to someone else. The taste of metal grows stronger, coating my tongue until I can barely swallow. I run water from the tap and cup it in my hands, but when I try to drink, it tastes like copper pennies and smoke. The liquid runs down my chin and drips onto my shirt, leaving stains that spread outward in patterns that remind me of something I can't quite place. Blood maybe, or tears, or something else entirely. I walk back to the hallway where this all began, where the clock still ticks its monotonous rhythm and the light still flickers overhead. The dirt on my shoes has dried now, cracking into small pieces that fall away as I move. But underneath the dirt there are other stains, darker stains that seem to have soaked into the leather itself. The scratches on my arms pulse with heat, and I realize they're not just marks on my skin. They're doorways, openings to memories I've been trying to keep buried. When I press my fingers against them, images flash behind my eyes like photographs in a strobe light. A figure in the park moving between the trees with unnatural grace. Eyes that reflected light like an animal's, but in a face that was unmistakably human. Hands that reached out toward me, fingers elongated and wrong, beckoning me deeper into the shadows where normal rules didn't apply. The old man from the bench, but not the old man. Something wearing his shape, his clothes, his familiar posture, but with movements that were just slightly off. Like a marionette being operated by someone who had never seen a human walk before. The smoke rising not from a fire but from something else, something that burned without flame and consumed without heat. Something that ate light and sound in the normal flow of time, leaving behind only emptiness and the lingering taste of copper. And through it all, the dog's eyes watching me, pleading with me not to go forward, not to cross whatever line I was approaching. But I crossed it anyway, didn't I? I dropped the leash and walked into whatever was waiting in that house with its flickering lights and open door. The clock on the wall chimes, though I don't remember it having a chime before. The sound reverberates through the hallway, bouncing off walls that seem closer together than they were moments ago. Each chime overlaps with the next until the air fills with a continuous ringing that makes my teeth ache. I cover my ears, but the sound comes from inside my head now, synchronized with the pulsing of the scratches on my arms. The pain builds and builds until I think my skull might crack open, spilling whatever I've become onto the floor of this hallway that doesn't quite match my memories of home. Then suddenly, silence. Complete, absolute silence that's somehow more unsettling than the noise was. In this silence, I can hear things that shouldn't make sound. The movement of shadows across the wall, the settling of dust on surfaces, the slow, deliberate breathing of something that might not need to breathe. I look down at my hands and see that they're shaking. Not the normal tremor of fear or cold, but something rhythmic, purposeful, like they're responding to a signal I can't detect, following instructions I never received. The dirt from my shoes has formed a small pile on the floor, and in that pile I can see shapes, patterns, maybe letters, though in no language I recognize. They seem to shift and change as I watch, rearranging themselves into new configurations that hurt to look at directly. I kneel down and touch the dirt with one finger, and it's warm and slightly damp, like soil from a fresh grave. The smell that rises from it is organic, earthy, but with an undertone of something else. Something that makes my stomach turn and my vision blur at the edges. When I stand up, the hallway stretches longer than it should, extending into darkness that my eyes can't penetrate. The flickering light overhead seems farther away now, a distant star in a sky I don't recognize. My footsteps echo strangely as I walk toward the door, each sound multiplied and distorted until it becomes a chorus of footsteps, all slightly out of sync. The door handle is cold under my palm, colder than metal should be. When I turn it, the mechanism moves smoothly, silently, like it's been recently oiled. The door swings open to reveal not the street I remember, but something else entirely. A landscape of shadows and half-light where familiar shapes loom just out of focus. Trees that might be telephone poles, houses that might be hills, a sky that might be a ceiling. Everything exists in a state of maybe, of almost, of not quite. And in the distance, barely visible against the uncertain horizon, a figure walks away from me. It moves with a gait I recognize, accompanied by the soft click of claws on pavement. The leash trails behind, dragging through dirt that might be soil or might be something else entirely. I want to call out to run after them, but my voice catches in my throat and my legs refuse to move. I can only stand in the doorway and watch as they disappear into whatever lies beyond the edge of my understanding. The scratches on my arms have stopped bleeding, but they haven't healed. Instead, they've become something else, something that pulses with its own rhythm and whispers secrets I'm not sure I want to hear. When I listen closely, I can almost make out words, almost understand the message they're trying to convey. But almost is as close as I'll ever get, and maybe that's for the best. Some truths are too large for human minds to hold, too sharp for human hearts to bear. Some doors once opened can never be closed again. I step back from the threshold and let the door swing shut. The lock clicks into place with a sound like breaking bones, and I'm alone again in my hallway with its flickering light and ticking clock and the lingering taste of smoke and metal. Tomorrow they'll ask me again about that evening. They'll want to know about the walk, about the time I can't account for, about the scratches on my arms and the dirt on my shoes. And I'll tell them the same story I told before, because it's the only story I have that makes any kind of sense. But late at night, when the house settles around me and the shadows grow long and strange, I'll remember the weight of the leash in my hand and the warmth of the bench where no one sat. I'll remember the figure in the trees and the smoke that rose without fire and the moment when I chose to cross a line that perhaps should never be crossed. And I'll wonder if the person standing in this hallway, touching these scratches and tasting this metal, is really me at all. Or if that person walked into the darkness beyond the trees and never came back, leaving behind only this shadow, this echo, this thing that remembers being human but isn't quite sure how to prove it. The clock continues its monotonous ticking, marking time that may or may not be real in a house that may or may not be home. And somewhere in the distance, growing fainter with each passing moment, I can still hear the soft click of claws on pavement, moving away from me into a darkness I helped create but can never fully understand. Story 8. It sounded like a gentle dripping, each drop echoing in an unfamiliar rhythm. I stood in the living room, the soft ticking of the wall clock underscoring the oddness. Turning slowly, I scanned the room, eyes landing on the polished floorboards that reflected nothing out of the ordinary. Yet the persistent tap, tap, tap pulled at something deep within me. It pressed against a hidden door in my mind, hinting at a place I couldn't quite grasp. My heart quickened as I moved towards the sofa, the sound swelling as if it were alive. It belonged to another time, another place, long buried. I hadn't sensed this since that night, but now it was back, demanding my attention. I know what happened that night. I've told this story so many times it feels worn smooth, like a stone rubbed between nervous fingers. My sister's husband killed her. The evidence was there, clear as daylight streaming through courthouse windows. The bruises on her arms that she'd tried to hide with long sleeves. The way she flinched when doors slammed. How she stopped calling me, stopped visiting, became a ghost of herself long before she actually died. The police found her body in their basement workshop, surrounded by his tools and woodworking projects. A tragic accident, they said initially. She'd fallen down the concrete steps, struck her head on the workbench corner, but I knew better. I'd seen the pattern of control, the gradual isolation. I'd watched him chip away at her confidence until she became someone I barely recognized. The trial lasted 3 months. I sat in that courtroom every single day, watching him maintain his composure while the prosecutor laid out the case. Domestic violence escalating to murder. The defense argued accident, but the jury saw through it. Guilty on all counts. Life without parole. Justice served. That was 2 years ago. I moved into their house afterward. Couldn't bear to see it sold to strangers. Someone needed to keep her memory alive in those rooms where she'd been happy before everything went wrong. I painted over the dark colors he'd chosen, replaced his heavy furniture with lighter pieces. Made it a place where she could rest in peace. But now, standing in this living room I thought I'd reclaimed, that sound brings everything rushing back. The dripping is coming from somewhere above me, somewhere in the ceiling. I grab a chair and press my ear to the plaster. The sound is definitely there, rhythmic and persistent, like water finding its way through hidden spaces. I climb into the attic for the first time since moving in. The air is thick and dusty, filled with the scent of old wood and something else, something metallic that makes my stomach turn. My flashlight beam cuts through the darkness, revealing boxes and forgotten furniture. and there in the far corner, a dark stain spreading across the subflooring. Water damage has to be, but as I move closer, the smell grows stronger. Not the musty odor of a roof leak, but something sharper, more organic. The stain is rust-colored, dried into the wood grain like a permanent shadow. My hands shake as I realize what I'm looking at. This changes everything I thought I knew. I climb back down, my mind racing. If there was blood in the attic, then she wasn't killed in the basement workshop. The crime scene was wrong. The entire foundation of the case was built on a lie. But whose lie and why? I call the detective who worked the case, a patient woman who'd walked me through every piece of evidence. She listens to my discovery with professional interest, promises to send someone to take a look. But I can hear something in her voice, a careful neutrality that wasn't there before. The next morning, 2 officers arrive with testing equipment. They spend hours in the attic, taking samples, photographing the stain. When they come down, their expressions are unreadable. The samples will be processed, they tell me. Results in a few weeks, standard procedure. But I can't wait weeks. I start going through the boxes I'd ignored when I moved in, searching for anything that might explain what I found. Most contain his belongings, things I'd planned to donate but never got around to removing. Old tax documents, warranty cards for appliances, instruction manuals for tools. And then buried in a box of miscellaneous papers, I find her diary. I'd never known she kept one. The entries begin 3 years before her death, filled with the ordinary details of daily life. Grocery lists, complaints about work, excitement about a vacation they'd planned, normal married life, or what I'd always assumed was normal. But as I read deeper, patterns emerge that don't match the story I've been telling myself. She writes about arguments, yes, but she's often the aggressor. She describes throwing dishes, screaming accusations, threatening to leave and take everything. He's portrayed as patient, almost passive, trying to calm her down while she spirals into rage. This isn't the sister I remember, or is it? I think back to our childhood, forcing myself to examine memories I'd kept carefully polished. She was always intense, quick to anger when things didn't go her way. I'd attributed it to passion, to her refusal to accept injustice. But reading these entries, I wonder if I'd been making excuses for behavior that was actually troubling. The diary entries become more erratic as they progress. She writes about suspicions, about watching him, about finding evidence of betrayal that she never quite explains. She mentions hiring someone to follow him, spending money they didn't have on a private investigator. The paranoia bleeds through every page. And then in one of the final entries, she writes about the gun. I have to stop reading. My hands are trembling so badly the pages blur. She'd bought a gun without telling anyone, hidden it somewhere in the house. For protection, she wrote, but protection from what? The entries don't make it clear whether she feared him or whether she was planning something else entirely. I searched the house with new urgency, looking for hiding places I'd never considered. Behind books, inside old containers, taped under drawers. Nothing. But as I'm searching their bedroom closet, I notice something odd about the wall. A section of drywall that doesn't quite match the rest, as if it's been patched and repainted. I find a hammer and carefully break through the repair. Inside the wall cavity, wrapped in plastic, is a small revolver. The metal is cold against my palm, heavier than I expected. I've never held a gun before, never wanted to, but here it is, hidden in the walls of a house where I thought I knew every secret. The plastic bag also contains a note in her handwriting. If something happens to me, check the attic. She knew about the blood in the attic. She put it there. The room spins around me as I try to process this revelation. Everything I believed about that night is crumbling. She wasn't the victim I'd made her into, but what was she, and what really happened in this house? I sit on their bed holding the gun and trying to reconstruct the events. Maybe she'd confronted him with evidence of an affair. Maybe the paranoia in her diary was justified and she'd discovered something that made her desperate. Maybe she'd threatened him, and in the struggle, the gun went off. But that doesn't explain the blood in the attic or why her body was found in the basement. It doesn't explain why he never mentioned the gun during his trial, never claimed self-defense. A man with a good lawyer could have built a case around a mentally unstable wife who'd threatened him with a weapon. Unless he didn't know about the gun, unless something else happened that night, something neither of them had planned. I call the detective again, but this time I don't mention my discoveries. Instead, I ask about the timeline, about who found the body and when. She's patient with my questions, probably assuming I need to process the trauma again, but her answers reveal inconsistencies I'd never noticed before. The body was discovered by a neighbor who'd come to check on them after not seeing either of them for several days. But the coroner estimated she'd been dead for less than 24 hours. Where had he been during those missing days, and why hadn't anyone thought to ask? I start researching the trial transcripts online, reading through testimony I'd been too emotional to fully absorb at the time. His defense had been weak, almost deliberately so. His lawyer barely cross-examined witnesses, didn't challenge evidence that seemed questionable, didn't present alternative theories that might have created reasonable doubt. It was as if he wanted to be convicted. But why would someone accept a life sentence for a crime they didn't commit, unless they were protecting someone else, unless the truth was somehow worse than the lie? The dripping sound returns as I'm reading, that same rhythmic tap 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 that started this whole spiral of doubt. But now I understand what it is. It's not water finding its way through hidden spaces. It's the sound of blood, drop by drop, seeping through floorboards and into the room below. The sound that must have filled this house on that final night, marking time while someone made terrible decisions. I go back to the attic with the diary and the gun, trying to piece together what really happened. She was up here for reasons I may never understand. Maybe hiding, maybe confronting someone, maybe planning something desperate. The blood pattern suggests she was here for a while, that whatever happened wasn't quick. But if she died up here, how did her body end up in the basement? Someone moved her, arranged the scene to look like an accident. Someone who had access to the house, who knew about the workshop, who understood how to make her death appear to be the result of domestic violence. Someone who cared enough about her to take the blame. Or someone who had their own reasons for wanting the truth buried. I'm sitting in the dark attic, surrounded by boxes of a life I thought I understood, holding a gun that belonged to a sister I'm no longer sure I knew. The blood stain beneath me tells a story I can't quite read, and the silence of the house holds secrets I may never uncover. The test results will come back eventually. They'll either confirm that the blood is hers or reveal that this mystery goes deeper than I imagined. But I'm beginning to understand that some truths are too complicated for courtrooms, too messy for the clean narratives we tell ourselves about justice and closure. Maybe he killed her, maybe she was planning to kill him. Maybe they were both victims of something larger, something that reached into their lives and twisted them beyond recognition. Or maybe I'm the one who's been twisted, who spent so long looking for someone to blame that I've lost sight of what really matters. The dripping has stopped, but I can still hear it in my memory. counting down the moments between certainty and doubt. I thought moving into this house would help me honor her memory, but instead it's shown me how little I actually knew about the person she'd become. And now, sitting in the darkness where she spent her final moments, I have to wonder what other secrets are hidden in the spaces between what we think we know and what actually happened. The gun is still warm in my hands, and somewhere in this house, there are answers I'm not sure I'm ready to find. But the sound is calling to me again, that gentle dripping that started it all. And I know that until I understand what it's trying to tell me, I'll never truly know who my sister was, or what she was capable of, or whether the man sitting in prison deserves to be there. The truth is somewhere in this house. I just have to decide if I'm brave enough to find it. Story 9. The door should have groaned on its hinges, but it moved without a sound. My fingers traced the familiar grain, searching for the usual imperfections, yet nothing caught my touch. Each step across the threshold was met with an uncanny stillness, as if the air held its breath. The furniture loomed, casting no shadows, just shapes pretending to belong. I reached to adjust the picture frame, but the glass refused to reflect me. The photograph inside that frame had always been her favorite. A seaside scene, waves frozen mid-crash against weathered rocks. She'd bought it at some roadside market during our weekend trip, claiming it reminded her of childhood summers. But now, staring at it, the water seemed too blue, too perfect. The rocks appeared carved rather than eroded. I tried to remember her exact words when she hung it there, but they slipped away like smoke. Had she really chosen this spot, or had I moved it after? The coffee table bore rings from countless mugs, circular stains that told stories of lazy mornings and late-night conversations. My fingers found each mark automatically, a tactile map I'd memorized without meaning to. The largest ring sat near the corner where she always placed her cup, handle turned precisely to the right. But tonight, running my thumb over that familiar circle, the wood felt smooth, unmarked, as if no cup had ever rested there at all. Her reading chair faced the window at an angle that caught the afternoon light just right. The burgundy fabric had faded unevenly, creating patterns like continents on an old map. She'd curl up there every evening with whatever novel had caught her attention, one leg tucked beneath her, the other swinging gently. The cushion still held an impression, a shallow depression that should have been deeper after all those hours. I pressed my hand into it, expecting resistance, but it gave way completely, springing back as if it had never been compressed. The bookshelf stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes we'd collected together and separately. Romance novels mixed with biographies, cookbooks wedged between poetry collections. She organized them by color rather than subject, creating a rainbow that made finding anything impossible but looking at everything beautiful. Tonight, though, the arrangement seemed different. The blues clustered where I remembered reds, the yellows scattered instead of grouped. Perhaps I'd simply forgotten her system, but doubt crept in like cold air through a crack. The kitchen window faced east, and she'd hung small crystals there to catch the morning sun. They would scatter tiny rainbows across the walls, dancing spots of color that made her laugh every time. Now they hung motionless despite the slight breeze I could feel on my face. The light passing through them remained white, ordinary, as if the prisms had forgotten their purpose. I touched one gently, setting it spinning, but still no colors emerged. Her coffee mug sat in the sink, waiting to be washed. The ceramic bore a chip near the rim where she dropped it months ago, a small flaw that had become part of its character. She'd run her thumb over that rough spot absently while thinking, a nervous habit I'd found endearing. But examining it now under the kitchen light, I found the rim perfectly smooth, unmarked. Had I been thinking of a different mug? Had there ever been a chip at all? The refrigerator hummed its familiar tune, a slightly off-key melody that had provided background music to our domestic life. Photos and shopping lists cluttered its surface, held by an eclectic collection of magnets from places we'd visited and places we'd dreamed of going. Her handwriting flowed across sticky notes, reminders about appointments and grocery items. Yet tonight, studying those familiar loops and curves, the letters seemed foreign, too careful, too deliberate. As if someone had practiced writing like her, but couldn't quite capture the natural flow. The bedroom doorway framed a space that should have felt intimate and familiar. Her side of the bed remained unmade, sheets twisted from restless sleep. The pillow still held the faint impression of her head, and I could almost smell her shampoo lingering in the fabric. But when I leaned closer, inhaling deeply, I caught only the scent of laundry detergent, clean, impersonal. The pillowcase felt too crisp, as if it had been changed recently, though I couldn't remember doing so. Her jewelry box sat open on the dresser, revealing the small treasures she'd accumulated over the years. The silver bracelet her grandmother had given her, the pearl earrings from our anniversary, the mood rings she'd bought as a joke but worn constantly anyway. Each piece occupied its designated spot in the velvet-lined compartments. But the mood ring, which should have been black or gray in the cool air, glowed a brilliant blue, the color of contentment, of peace. How could it register emotions from an empty room? The closet door stood slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of familiar fabrics. Her blue dress hung where she'd left it, the one that brought out her eyes. Next to it, the sweater she'd worn on our first date, soft wool that I'd touched 1,000 times. But the colors seemed muted tonight, as if someone had adjusted the saturation on a photograph. The blue dress appeared almost gray, the red sweater faded to rust. Perhaps it was just the lighting, but uncertainty gnawed at me. The bathroom mirror reflected the space behind me accurately enough, yet something felt wrong about the image. The towels hung straight, the counter appeared clear, everything in its proper place. But my own reflection seemed somehow delayed, as if the glass needed a moment to process my presence. I raised my hand, and the mirror me followed a heartbeat later. I told myself it was fatigue, stress, imagination, but the doubt remained. Her toothbrush stood in its holder beside mine, bristles still damp from morning use. The purple handle showed where her thumb habitually gripped it, a smooth spot polished by routine. But touching it now, I found the plastic uniformly textured, showing no signs of regular use. The bristles, which should have been softened by months of service, felt stiff and new. Had she replaced it recently? Had I simply never noticed? The medicine cabinet held the usual collection of bottles and tubes, each item a small piece of our shared life. Her prescription bottle sat on the middle shelf, label facing out. But the name printed there looked wrong somehow, though I couldn't pinpoint why. The letters seemed correct individually, but together they felt foreign, like a word from another language that happened to use familiar symbols. The living room felt different when I returned to it, though nothing had visibly changed. The couch cushions remained arranged as always, the coffee table sat at the same angle, the lamp cast its warm circle of light. But the shadows fell differently now, creating pockets of darkness that hadn't been there before. Or perhaps they had always been there and I was only now noticing them. The television remote lay on the arm of the couch where she always left it. Her thumb had worn the paint off certain buttons, the numbers she used most frequently faded to bare plastic. But examining it now, all the buttons appeared equally pristine, their labels crisp and clear. Even the volume control, which she'd pressed countless times during her evening shows, looked untouched by human hands. The plant in the corner drooped slightly, its leaves curling inward despite the water I'd given it yesterday. She'd tended it carefully, speaking to it while she misted its leaves, convinced that plants responded to conversation. The soil felt moist enough, but something about the plant's posture suggested neglect, as if it hadn't been spoken to in far longer than I remembered. The telephone sat silent on its base, its red message light dark. but I could swear it had been blinking when I'd left that morning, indicating a voicemail that needed attention. Had I checked it and forgotten, the uncertainty felt like a splinter in my mind, small but persistent. I pressed the play button, but the mechanical voice informed me there were no messages. The front door key turned smoothly in my fingers, its familiar weight reassuring. But the scratches around the keyhole seemed more pronounced than I remembered, as if the key had been inserted hastily many times. My own movements with this key were automatic, practiced. These marks suggested uncertainty, fumbling, someone else's relationship with this lock. The porch light cast its yellow glow across the front steps, illuminating the welcome mat she'd chosen for its cheerful message. But tonight the words seemed faded, barely visible against the fiber background. Had weather worn them away so gradually that I hadn't noticed, or had they always been this dim, and I'd been reading them from memory rather than sight? The mailbox at the end of the walk stood slightly open, its metal mouth revealing the corner of an envelope. I didn't remember mail arriving today, but perhaps I'd been distracted. Walking closer, I found the envelope addressed to her in handwriting I didn't recognize. The return address had been smudged by moisture, rendered illegible. Inside my pocket, my fingers found the house key again, its metal surface now feeling cold despite my body heat. The street appeared normal enough, lined with houses that glowed warmly from within. But the spacing between them seemed wrong, too wide or too narrow, as if someone had rearranged them while I wasn't looking. The neighbor's fence, which had always been white, appeared gray in the streetlight. Perhaps it had always been gray, and I'd been mistaken about the color. Perhaps many things had been different than I remembered. The silence that had greeted me at the door now felt less like peace and more like absence. Not the quiet of a house at rest, but the emptiness of a space waiting to be filled. I stood on the threshold once more, key in hand, wondering if I should enter again or if I'd already seen too much. The door, which had opened so soundlessly before, now seemed to promise that same unnatural quiet. Behind me, the street held its breath. Ahead, the house offered its mysteries wrapped in familiar shapes that might mean everything or nothing at all. Story 10. The lock turned effortlessly, yet the door stayed shut. My fingers lingered on the handle, replaying the action as if repetition could coax a different result. The familiar creak of the hinges was absent, leaving a void where sound should be. In the dim hallway, my steps felt muffled, as though the floor absorbed echoes that should have been. The air was dense, teeming with an unspoken tension that clung to my skin. Every piece of furniture remained pristine, almost too deliberate in its place. I reached for the light switch, but flicked it to no avail, the room remaining shrouded in an uncertain twilight. My gaze fell upon the mirror, anticipating my reflection, but it offered nothing in return, just an empty gaze and flickering doubt. The nausea comes in waves now, rolling through my stomach like cold mercury. It started that morning when I woke to find my hands clean. Too clean, the kind of scrub-draw cleanliness that speaks of frantic washing, of trying to remove something that might not have been there at all. But the smell of bleach lingered under my fingernails, sharp and accusatory. I remember the coffee cup sitting on the counter, still warm, half empty or half full, depending on how you choose to see things. The lipstick stain on the rim wasn't mine. I don't wear that shade of red, too bold, too confident for someone like me. Yet there it was, a crescent moon of crimson that seemed to mock my confusion. The phone had been ringing earlier, or maybe it was the doorbell. Sound has a way of distorting itself in this house, bouncing off walls that seem too close together, too eager to contain secrets. I answered something, spoke to someone. Their voice felt familiar in the way that déjà vu feels familiar, a recognition without understanding, a knowing without knowledge. They asked about her, the woman with the red lipstick. The woman who must have been here must have drunk from that cup, must have left some trace of herself beyond that perfect arc of color. But when I tried to picture her face, my mind offered only fragments, a laugh that sounded like breaking glass, fingers that drummed against surfaces in patterns I couldn't decode, eyes that watched me from corners of rooms I thought were empty. The basement door was open when I found it. I never leave the basement door open. The stairs descend into darkness so complete it seems solid, something you could touch and shape with your hands. I stood at the top, listening to the silence below, waiting for it to tell me something I needed to know. The air rising from those depths carried a sweetness that made my throat close, made my chest tight with something between panic and recognition. I went down anyway. Of course I went down. The concrete floor felt wrong under my feet, slightly tacky, as though something had been spilled and cleaned, but not quite cleaned enough. The washing machine hummed in the corner, running a cycle I couldn't remember starting. Through the small window near the ceiling, filtered light created patterns on the wall that looked almost like shadows of people who weren't there. That's when I found the shoes, her shoes, red heels that matched the lipstick, tucked neatly beside the water heater as if she'd simply decided to walk home barefoot. They were expensive, the kind of shoes that announce their presence in a room, that click against hard surfaces with authority. But here they sat in silence, waiting for feet that might never return to claim them. The memory fractures here, splits into pieces that don't fit together properly. I see myself climbing the stairs, but I also see myself staying in the basement, staring at those shoes until my eyes watered. I remember the sound of the washing machine finishing its cycle, the sudden quiet that followed, but I also remember continuous humming that went on until it became the soundtrack to my confusion. Upstairs, the coffee cup was gone. The counter was spotless, no trace of lipstick or warmth or evidence that anyone had been there at all. But I could smell her perfume, something floral and cloying that seemed to concentrate in the corners of rooms, in the spaces where walls met ceiling, in the gap between what I remembered and what I could prove. The phone call comes back to me now, fragments of conversation that feel rehearsed, like lines from a play I'd forgotten I was in. They wanted to know when I'd last seen her. They wanted to know about her state of mind, her plans, her relationships. They spoke about her in the present tense, as if she were simply late for an appointment, temporarily misplaced rather than genuinely gone. I gave them answers. I must have given them answers because they seemed satisfied, seemed to accept my version of events even though I couldn't quite grasp what that version was. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, too steady, too certain about things I felt uncertain about. But uncertainty isn't evidence of anything except uncertainty, and they needed facts, not feelings. The mirror in the hallway reflects everything except what I need to see. It shows the walls behind me, the ceiling above, the floor below, but when I look directly at it, searching for my own face, there's only a blankness that makes my skin crawl. I've always been there before. My reflection has always been reliable, predictable, a constant in a world full of variables. But now it offers nothing, as if I've become transparent, as if I'm slowly erasing myself from the world. I find myself touching surfaces throughout the house, checking for fingerprints, for proof of my own existence. The doorknobs, the light switches, the banister leading upstairs, all clean, all smooth, all wiped free of evidence that anyone lives here at all. But I must have cleaned them. Who else would have cleaned them? Who else would have been so thorough, so methodical in removing every trace of human presence? The red shoes haunt me, not because they're frightening, but because they're beautiful. Because someone loved them enough to spend money on them, to walk carefully in them, to choose them for a special occasion that might have been her last. They sit in my basement like abandoned promises, like questions I don't want to answer. I try to remember her leaving. Surely she left. People come and go, that's what they do. They visit and they leave and they continue their lives in other places with other people wearing other shoes. But the memory of her departure is missing, cut out of my consciousness as cleanly as a photograph snipped with scissors. I remember her presence, vague and unsettling as it was, but her absence feels different, permanent, final. The washing machine starts another cycle without my intervention. I hear it filling with water, the mechanical sounds of soap dispensing, the rhythmic agitation that will continue for precisely the right amount of time before moving to rinse, then spin, then silence. What is it washing? I don't remember loading it, don't remember sorting colors or measuring detergent, but it runs with the confidence of purpose, as if it knows something I don't. The nausea intensifies when I think about opening the lid, about looking inside to see what needs to be cleaned so urgently, so repeatedly. Some knowledge lives in my body that my mind refuses to acknowledge. My hands shake when I reach for the machine, my breath catches in my throat, my vision blurs at the edges, as if my body is protecting me from something my consciousness isn't ready to handle. I don't open it, I never open it. Instead, I return upstairs to the kitchen where the coffee cup was and isn't, to the mirror that won't show me myself, to the door that won't open despite the lock turning effortlessly. The house feels smaller now, as if the walls have moved closer together while I was in the basement, as if the space is contracting around me like a closing fist. The phone rings again, or maybe it's the same call, looping through time like a broken record. The voice asks the same questions, receives the same answers, expresses the same polite concern that doesn't quite mask an underlying suspicion. They're looking for her. They've been looking for her. They will continue looking for her until they find what they need to find, until the questions stop needing to be asked. I tell them she was fine when she left. I tell them she seemed happy, seemed normal, seemed like someone who would continue existing in the world beyond my front door. My voice sounds convincing even to me, carrying a certainty that feels borrowed from someone else, someone who might actually know what happened in the spaces between my memories. But the red shoes remain in my basement, and the washing machine continues its endless cycle, and my reflection refuses to appear in mirrors that should show me myself. These things exist in the present tense, solid and undeniable, while everything else floats in a haze of maybe and might have been and could be true. The sweetness in the basement air grows stronger. It seeps up through the floorboards, permeates the house like an infection, clings to my clothes and hair until I can taste it on my tongue. Sweet like flowers left too long in water, like fruit past its prime, like something natural that has crossed the line into decay. I spray air freshener, open windows, light candles, but the sweetness persists, patient and inexorable. I find myself avoiding certain rooms, certain corners, certain angles of light that might reveal things I'm not prepared to see. The house guides me through safe pathways, allows me to move from kitchen to living room to bedroom without encountering whatever waits in the spaces between. But I know it's there, know it's patient, know it will wait as long as necessary for me to be ready. The mirror shows me nothing, but sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in its surface, shadows that don't correspond to anything in the room, shapes that suggest presence without form. I've stopped looking directly at it, stopped expecting to see myself, but peripheral vision is harder to control. In the corner of my eye, the mirror teems with activity, with figures that vanish the moment I turn my head. The red shoes are gone when I check again. The basement floor is clean, mopped and dried and innocent of secrets. The washing machine sits silent, its cycle complete, its purpose fulfilled. But I don't remember moving the shoes, don't remember cleaning the floor, don't remember the transition from before to after that must have occurred while I was thinking about other things. My hands are clean again, too clean. The smell of bleach is stronger now, not just under my fingernails, but in my pores, in my breath, in the very air around me. I must have cleaned something. I must have scrubbed and disinfected and removed all traces of whatever needed removing. But the memory of the cleaning is as absent as the memory of what required it. The phone stops ringing, the questions stop coming. The voice that asked about her fades into the background noise of a world that continues spinning despite the absence of answers. Maybe they found what they were looking for. Maybe they stopped needing to know. Maybe the questions were never as important as I thought they were. I stand in the hallway, my fingers on the door handle that turns but doesn't open, staring at the mirror that won't show me my face. The house breathes around me, settling into its secrets, comfortable with the weight of things unspoken. Somewhere in the distance, I hear the washing machine starting another cycle, patient and thorough in its endless task of making things clean. The sweetness has faded, replaced by the sharp clarity of bleach and the neutral scent of nothing at all. The house smells like vacancy now, like a space between occupants, like a question waiting for someone else to ask it. I am alone here, completely and finally alone, with only my clean hands and my absent reflection for company. The red shoes are gone, the coffee cup is gone, the woman who wore that shade of lipstick is gone. Everything is gone except the turning lock and the door that won't open, and the certainty that some doors should never be opened at all. The mirror reflects the empty hallway, the clean walls, the spotless floor. It shows everything except me, everything except the person who must have done what needed to be done, who must have cleaned what needed cleaning, who must have made the difficult decisions that leave no trace in memory but echo forever in the spaces between heartbeats. I am not here, I have never been here. The house is empty, waiting for its next occupant, its next set of secrets, its next opportunity to keep things that shouldn't be kept and hide things that shouldn't be hidden. But my fingers remain on the door handle, turning and turning, hoping for a different result, hoping for the sound of hinges creaking, hoping for the possibility of leaving this place where mirrors show everything except the truth and washing machines run cycles that never quite end. The lock turns effortlessly, yet the door stays shut.